你有没有想过，夜空为什么是黑的？古人说，那是天还没有补好的缝隙。今晚的故事跟那些缝隙有关。
The shore is behind you now, though you could not say exactly when you left it. There was sand once. There was the sound of small waves folding over themselves, again and again, patient as breathing. Now there is only the dark line where the water meets the sky, and you are walking toward it, though your feet have stopped feeling like feet, and the ground beneath them has stopped feeling entirely like ground. This is the coast of Bohai, the old records say, though the word coast no longer means what it once meant. You carry nothing, your hands are empty, your shoulders loose, and there is nowhere behind you worth turning back for. The evening light is the color of pale tea, thin and even, coming from no particular direction. You notice this first, that the light here does not fall from above the way it does at home. It simply exists, soft and diffuse, as if the whole sky were a single lantern seen through silk. The air changes as you move forward. It grows warmer, then cooler, then warmer again, in slow tides that have nothing to do with the wind. Your breathing has already begun to slow to match it. You are walking east, though east is a guess now, a direction remembered rather than known. The old text says that east of Bohai, no one has ever measured how far. The words used are staggering, almost absurd. Billions of li, it says, though even the word billion seems to shrug at its own size, unwilling to commit to a number that could ever be checked. This is the first thing the mythic sea teaches you, that some distances are not meant to be measured. They are only meant to be crossed. You feel your steps grow longer, though your legs are doing nothing different. It is the ground that has changed, softening into something that holds your weight without quite resisting it, like walking on the memory of sand rather than sand itself. Behind you the shore has already dissolved into mist. You do not look back to confirm this. You simply know it, the way you know a door has closed somewhere in a house, even when you did not hear it click shut. Ahead the water stretches without a single wave breaking its surface. It is not calm exactly. Calm suggests a stillness that could be disturbed. This is something else. This is a stillness that has never known disturbance, that predates the very idea of disturbance, smooth as a held breath. Your feet keep moving. You do not need them to move quickly. There is a rhythm here that has already found you, slower than your ordinary walking rhythm, more like the pace of someone who has nowhere in particular to be, and has stopped pretending otherwise. Notice how your shoulders have already begun to drop just slightly, the way they do at the end of a long day, when the last obligation has finally been set down. Notice the weight of your own arms, hanging loose at your sides, no longer needing to hold anything. Notice your breath, moving in and out at its own unhurried pace, matching itself to the tide light that breathes across the sky ahead of you. The water beneath your feet, if it is water, if what you are walking on can even be called water, begins to change color as the light shifts. First pale gold, then the color of old jade, then a gray that is neither day nor night, but something suspended between the two, permanent in its in-betweenness. This is the threshold. You feel it the way you feel a change in air pressure, a faint tightening behind the ears. The old text calls what lies ahead a valley, a great valley, it says, with no bottom to it at all, a bottomless valley, resting somewhere out past the edge of ordinary geography, where the sea stops behaving like a sea and becomes something else instead, a groundless country floating on nothing, going down forever without ever arriving anywhere. You do not need to understand this to walk toward it. The ground does not ask you to understand it. It only asks you to keep walking, one slow step after another, into water that no longer holds the memory of any shore. The light thins further as you go. It has the quality of the moment just before sleep, that soft graying of the edges of a room when the shapes of familiar furniture begin to lose their names and become simply shapes, dark and gentle, holding no threat. You feel your own eyelids, somewhere far away in another version of yourself, growing heavy in sympathy with this thinning light. This is not a place that asks you to be alert. It is a place built for the opposite of alertness, for the slow unclenching that happens when a body finally stops bracing against the day. Ahead, something changes in the texture of the water. It is subtle. The surface seems to inhale, sinking almost imperceptibly, as though the sea itself were bowing toward some vast depression just beyond where you can see clearly. This is the edge of the valley the old records speak of. You feel it before you see it, a change in how sound behaves, your own footsteps landing softer, quieter, swallowed more completely by the air around them. The old text does not explain what causes this. It simply states it, plainly, the way one might state the color of the sky. There is a great valley there, it says. Truly a valley without a bottom. You walk toward this plain, strange fact, the way you might walk toward any doorway left open in the dark, without fear, without hurry, simply because it is there, and because something in you already understands that going through it is easier than staying where you are. Your footsteps have grown so quiet now that you can hear the space around them, a kind of hush that seems to expand outward from each step, rippling into stillness rather than sound. You feel the ground beginning to tilt, ever so slightly, the way a floor might tilt in the last moments before falling asleep in a chair, when gravity seems briefly negotiable. This is not falling. This is descending, slowly into something the old records could only describe as bottomless, not empty, but endless, a depth that does not end, because it was never built to end, because ending is a concept that belongs to shorelines and ordinary distances, and you have already left those behind. Somewhere above you, though above has already begun to lose its usual meaning, the sky continues its soft, tea-colored glow, indifferent to whether you are standing or descending, walking or resting. You let your weight settle into this new tilt of the ground. There is nothing here to resist it. Your body already knows, in some old and wordless way, how to be carried rather than to carry itself. The air grows warmer here, close to the surface of the water that is not water, holding a scent that is difficult to name. Something like cedar, something like salt, something like the smell of stone after rain, blended into a single note that seems to exist only in this place, at this threshold, between the world you left and the one that is opening slowly ahead of you. You do not need to know where the bottom is. You do not need to know if there is one. The old text is content to leave the depth unmeasured, and so, somehow, are you. Your legs continue to carry you forward and down, unhurried, into a dimness that is not darkness so much as a deep and patient dusk, the kind that arrives at the end of the longest days, asking nothing of you except that you continue, softly, into what comes next. Ahead the mist begins to thicken, folding in slow pearls across the water's surface, hiding whatever lies beyond it. Somewhere within that mist, the 5 mountains are waiting, though you do not know this yet. For now there is only the valley, opening beneath you like a held breath, finally released, and your own footsteps, growing quieter with every step, carrying you gently toward whatever this bottomless place has been keeping in the dark. The mist folds around your ankles now, cool and slow, and you notice that the water beneath you no longer behaves the way water should. It does not ripple when you step. It does not resist the way a shore resists a wave. It simply holds you, the way held breath holds itself, patient and unbroken, and you walk across its surface as though the sea itself had agreed, long ago, to become a path for anyone willing to walk this far without asking why. The old text calls this place a valley with no bottom, a great hollow east of the shore you left behind, where the usual rules of depth and distance quietly excuse themselves. You find you believe this without needing proof. Belief here does not require the kind of evidence daylight demands. It only requires that you keep walking, and that the ground, if it can be called ground, continues to receive your weight with the same soft patience it has shown since the shore disappeared behind you. Sound moves strangely in this valley. You notice it first as an absence. The small, ordinary noises you would expect, water lapping, wind moving through some distant reed, have gone missing, or perhaps they have simply grown too shy to announce themselves. Then faintly, you begin to hear something else, a low sound, almost a hum, that seems to come from everywhere and nowhere, as though the valley itself were breathing very slowly, very far beneath where your feet rest. It is not unsettling. It is closer to the sound a large house makes at night, when everyone else is asleep, the quiet creak of settling wood, the soft tick of a clock in another room, evidence of a living structure at rest. You find that your own breath has begun to match its rhythm, slow and even, drawn in and released in time with that distant, patient hum. Your shoulders, without any instruction, have started to lower from where they were carried near your ears. Notice this, if you can, without trying too hard to notice it, the way your chest has opened slightly, the way your arms have grown heavier at your sides, swinging loose with each unhurried step. This is the valley's first gift, though it offers no ceremony in giving it, the permission to stop holding yourself so carefully. The light down here has changed as well. Above, wherever above still is, you sense there might be a sky, though you cannot recall when you last looked up to check. The light that reaches you now does not seem to come from any single direction. It rises instead from the water itself, a low silvery glow, the color of moonlight remembered rather than moonlight seen, diffuse and directionless, touching every drifting curl of mist with the same gentle, even pallor. It casts no shadows. You look down at your own feet and find no dark shape following you across the water's surface. No proof, in shadow, that you are still a solid thing moving through a solid world. This does not frighten you. If anything, it loosens something further. Some last small insistence that everything must be measured and confirmed before it can be trusted. Down here, nothing insists on being measured. The valley does not care how deep it is. The mist does not care how far it stretches. And you, walking, breathing, growing quieter with every step, have begun to stop caring too, in the soft and unremarkable way that a held muscle stops holding, when no one is left to notice whether it lets go. You walk for a long while like this, though the word long has begun to lose some of its shape. Time in the valley moves the way the water does, without landmarks, without the small daily proofs that usually mark its passing. There is no sun crossing overhead to mark the hour. There is only the steady progress of your own footsteps, the mist thickening and thinning in slow, unhurried breaths, and that low hum beneath everything, patient as a heartbeat too large to belong to any single body. At times the mist parts just enough to show you glimpses of the water extending in every direction, gray silver and utterly still, without a single ripple to suggest current or tide. It should unsettle you, water without motion, without any sign of the forces that usually govern it. Instead, it settles you further. There is nothing here pulling you anywhere. There is nothing here that needs to reach a destination by a certain hour under a certain light. The sea has simply arranged itself into stillness, and you find your own stillness beginning to answer it, layer by layer, from the crown of your head down through the slow easing of your jaw. You feel the weight of your arms. You feel the quiet rhythm of air moving in and out of your chest, slower now than when you first stepped from the shore. You do not need to do anything about this weight, this rhythm. It is simply present the way the mist is present, the way the low hum beneath the water is present. Things that ask nothing of you except to be noticed, briefly, before your attention drifts onward again. Sometimes, in the deeper folds of mist, you catch what might be movement, a paler shape passing far off, gone before you can decide whether it was truly there. The old accounts do not describe what moves in this valley before the mountains are reached. Perhaps nothing does. Perhaps the valley itself, this bottomless hollow east of every known shore, produces these small flickers the way a tired mind produces shapes in a dark room. Not threats, not omens, simply the valley thinking aloud to itself in the language of shadow and shimmer. You let these shapes pass without following them. Whatever waits at the heart of this mist will still be waiting when you arrive. There is no need to hurry toward it, and no need to look too closely at what moves at its edges. Your task, if it can be called a task, is only to continue, one unhurried step after another, across a sea that behaves like solid ground, and a ground that behaves like held breath. Notice now how much lighter your steps have become, though nothing about the terrain has changed. Notice how the tension you may have carried in from the world before the intro, the tightness in a jaw, the small clench behind the eyes, has begun without any effort of your own to soften. Your body has started to trust that whatever is beneath you will continue to hold. Your breath, matching that slow, far-off hum, has grown longer on each exhale. The kind of breath that belongs to someone close to rest, even while still technically in motion. The valley does not ask you to stop moving yet. There is more to see, more mist to part, 5 mountains still gathering themselves, somewhere ahead in shapes you cannot yet name. But it does ask you to loosen your grip on the need to understand exactly how any of this works. How a sea can behave like a path, how light can rise from water instead of falling onto it, how a valley can have no floor and still hold you so gently above whatever depth it hides. The old text was content to leave these questions unanswered, and you find step by step that you are becoming content as well. Ahead, the hum beneath the water seems to deepen very slightly, as though something vast were shifting far below. turning over the way a sleeper turns over in a wide, dark bed, without waking, without disturbing the surface above. You feel it more than hear it, a soft change in the pressure of the air, a faint answering tremor that passes up through the water and into the soles of your feet, gone as quickly as it arrived. You do not flinch. By now you have walked far enough into this ungrounded place that a small tremor beneath your feet feels less like a warning and more like a greeting. The valley acknowledging in its own slow language that you have come this far and are welcome to come farther still. The mist ahead has begun very gradually to change in quality. It no longer folds in the same slow curls that hid the water's surface earlier. It has started instead to gather in places, thickening into shapes that almost resolve into something solid before dissolving back into gray. You watch this without straining your eyes. There will be time enough to see clearly what waits in the mist. For now, you let the shapes come and go. Let the valley reveal itself at whatever pace it prefers, and you continue walking, your steps unhurried, your breath slow and matched to the great patient hum that rises, faint but steady, from somewhere far beneath the surface of this bottomless, floating sea. The shapes come again, and this time they do not dissolve. They hold. Far ahead, low against the horizon, a darker gray begins to separate itself from the paler gray of the mist around it. It is not a cloud. Clouds move differently. This shape has a weight to it, a stillness that suggests mass. You keep walking. The path beneath your feet, if it can be called a path, continues to feel solid enough, though you have long since stopped asking what holds it up. The shape ahead does not grow quickly. It grows the way distant things grow when the traveler is patient, by fractions, by suggestions, by the slow accumulation of detail where before there was only outline. After a while, you notice there is not only one shape. There are others, spaced along the same far horizon, each separated from the next by a gap of open mist so wide that the eye must travel a long moment before it finds the next rising form. 5, you will come to understand. 5 shapes, each holding its own portion of the gray horizon, each distinct, though none yet clear enough to describe in more than silhouette. You have entered the region the old text calls the resting place of 5 mountains, Daiyu, Yuanxiao, Fanghu, Yingzhou, and Penglai. Though no voice speaks these names aloud here, you simply come to know them, the way one comes to know the names of stars after enough nights spent looking upward, without asking why. The mist continues to thin, unevenly, in patches, as though something beneath the water is breathing it away in slow exhalations. Your legs have settled into their rhythm by now. You are not tired, though you have walked a long way. The valley does not seem to measure distance the way solid ground does. You simply notice, at some point, that time has passed, that your breath has grown even and low, that the muscles of your shoulders have released a weight you did not know they carried. Notice the air on your skin now, cooler than before, carrying a faint mineral scent, something like wet stone, something like the inside of a cave that has never seen full daylight. Your hands, if you let them, hang loose at your sides. There is nothing to hold. There is nowhere else you need to be. The nearest of the 5 shapes continues to resolve. What had been a single dark mass now separates, at its upper edge, into something with contour, a rise, a shoulder, a suggestion of terracing along its slope as though built or grown rather than simply piled. The old record set its height at 30,000 li, though no measuring pole was ever carried to it. No traveler ever climbed it with a marked cord to check the number against the ground. The number exists the way distances exist in dreams, vast beyond checking, and true anyway, because the vastness is the point, not the arithmetic. You do not try to calculate what 30,000 li might mean in the ordinary units of a life once lived on solid shorelines. The number simply settles into you as a feeling, taller than clouds should reach, taller than the eye can fully hold in one glance, so that even now, still distant, you find your gaze drifting upward past where the mountain summit should be, searching for an edge that has not yet appeared. The four other shapes remain further off, dimmer, still mostly outline. But even at this distance, something becomes apparent that unsettles, gently, the ordinary logic of mountains. They do not stand in a line, evenly measured, the way hills along a coast might arrange themselves according to old riverbeds, or the slow work of geology. Instead, they hold their positions the way 5 slow boats might hold position on a wide bay, each drifting within some loose and private orbit, each separated from its neighbors by a gap the old text remembers as 70,000 li, though the gaps do not look equal from where you stand, and you sense, without needing to test it, that they are not meant to be equal, that the distance between any two of these mountains is a living thing, breathing wider and narrower with the same tide, the same current, the same unseen force that moves everything else in this valley. You feel the ground, the water, the surface, whatever it is that carries your steps, shift very faintly beneath you, a long, slow roll, barely perceptible, like the deck of a boat responding to a swell too gentle to be called a wave. This is the moment you begin to understand, not through any voice explaining it, but through the plain evidence of your own eyes, that these mountains are not rooted the way mountains are rooted elsewhere. They float. The nearest one, the one whose shoulder you can now make out clearly enough to see the pale gleam of something like gold catching what little light reaches down through the mist, rises and settles by some fraction too small to name, but present all the same, the way a great ship at anchor rises and settles with the breathing of the sea beneath it. Except there is no anchor here. There is no chain running down into unseen depths, holding the mass in place. The mountain simply rests upon the water, the way a leaf rests upon a pond, buoyant, unbound, drifting within some slow and ancient pattern that has never required fixing to the floor of the world, because the valley itself, you remember now, has no floor to fix anything to. Your breathing slows further at this thought, not from fear, but from something closer to release. If the mountains themselves are not required to be anchored, perhaps nothing here is required to hold its shape against the pull of gravity in the way solid ground once demanded. Perhaps floating is simply what things do, out here, past the reach of ordinary shorelines. Perhaps it is not instability at all, but a different kind of stillness, one that moves gently rather than staying rigid, the way sleep moves gently rather than staying rigid, carrying the sleeper through slow tides of its own, without ever requiring the sleeper to hold on. You continue walking, though the word walking no longer feels quite accurate for what your body is doing. Each step lands with the same soft certainty as before, yet you notice now that the ground responds to your weight the way the surface of still water responds to a stone dropped gently rather than thrown. A brief compression, a slow return, no violence in either direction. The second mountain, further off and still mostly silhouette, begins to show its own faint characteristics as the mist continues to lift in patches around it. Where the first mountain showed gold along its upper terraces, this second shape carries a paler gleam, something closer to the color of moonlight caught in still water, something the old records would later call jade, though from this distance it remains only a suggestion of pale green-white light threading through gray. You let your eyes move slowly between the two nearest peaks, back and forth, without hurry, simply gathering what details the mist allows before it closes again. Notice now the weight of your own eyelids. This is not something to resist. It is simply true, the way the coolness of the air is true, the way the faint hum beneath the water is true. Your eyelids have grown heavier with each mile of this strange, groundless walking, and there is no requirement here that you keep them fully open. No test waiting at the end of this valley that depends on how sharply you have seen each mountain. You are permitted to let your gaze soften. The mountains will still be there. They do not require your full attention in order to continue floating, in order to continue existing exactly as they have existed for longer than any measured span of years could hold. Further out, past the second peak, a third shape begins to separate itself from the haze. Lower, at this distance, though the old records place its height at exactly the same measure as the others, 30,000 li, as though the 5 mountains were shaped from some single template, poured from the same vast and patient mold, then set adrift to find their own private distances from one another across the surface of this dark, bottomless sea. You cannot yet make out details on this third mountain, nor on the fourth and fifth, which remain little more than darker smudges along the horizon's furthest edge, barely distinguishable from the mist itself. But you sense their presence the way one senses, in a large dark room, the presence of other sleeping bodies, without needing to see their faces, a fullness in the air, a knowledge that you are not alone in this valley, that 4 other great slow shapes drift somewhere in the dimness around you, each following its own private orbit, each patient, each unhurried, each entirely undisturbed by your arrival. The path continues to carry you forward, though your pace has slowed further still, not from difficulty, but from a kind of gravity that has nothing to do with weight, a pull toward stillness, toward simply standing and watching, rather than continuing to advance. You allow yourself, for a while, to do exactly that. You stand at the edge of your own slow momentum and let the valley continue its work without you. Let the mist lift and thicken and lift again around the 5 distant shapes. Let the faint gold and paler jade light flicker in and out of visibility as clouds of gray drift across them like slow-moving veils. Your breath, when you notice it again, has grown even slower than before, long inhales that seem to draw in some of the valley's own cool mineral stillness, long exhales that seem to release in turn some of the tightness you carried without noticing from the world you left behind on the shore. There is no requirement to reach the nearest mountain tonight. There is no requirement to reach it at all. The valley has already shown you enough to understand what waits ahead. 5 mountains, unrooted, drifting on a sea with no floor beneath it, each holding within its terraces some kind of dim and steady light that neither flares nor fades, but simply persists, gently, the way the light behind closed eyelids persists, gently, whether or not the eyes ever open again to look for it directly. You begin walking again, though slower now, and the mist ahead continues its long, unhurried work of parting just enough to let you see a little more of what floats there, in the dark, gold catching faint light along one high terrace, pale jade glowing softly along another, and beyond both, still distant, still gathering shape out of gray, the outlines of 3 more mountains, waiting, unmeasured, unmoved by how long it takes you to arrive. The mist keeps its slow rhythm, opening and closing around you like something breathing, and with each opening the nearest mountain grows a little clearer, though never in the way solid things grow clearer. It does not sharpen, it only reveals more of its softness, more of the way its terraces seem to lean and settle as though resting on water rather than stone. You walk toward it, and the walking feels different from any walking you have done before, because the ground beneath you here is not ground at all, only the suggestion of a path laid across the surface of the dark sea, holding your weight the way a memory holds the shape of something once seen, without insisting on why. This is Dayu, though you do not yet know its name, only that it is the first of the 5, the one closest to where the valley's edge released you into open water. Its base cannot be found. Your eyes search for where mountain meets sea and find only a soft blurring, gold fading into the black beneath, with no seam, no line, no place where one thing ends and another begins. The mountain is 30,000 li high, though height here means something looser than it does in the world you left behind. It rises, and somewhere far above the mist swallows it entirely, and you understand you will never see its peak, not because it is too tall, but because tallness itself has stopped behaving the way you expect. You keep walking. The gold terrace you glimpsed from farther off grows nearer, though the nearness arrives unevenly. Sometimes the terrace seems to rush toward you across a single breath, and sometimes it seems to retreat, patient, unhurried, content to wait for you exactly as long as it takes. Your feet find their own steady rhythm despite this. Left, then right, then left again, the same unhurried pace you have carried since the valley, and you notice, almost without noticing, that your breathing is slowed to match it. Long and even, filling low in your chest and releasing without effort. The gold on the terrace is not the gold of ornament or wealth. It is dimmer than that, warmer, the color of late firelight on old wood, the color of something that has always been here and will go on being here, whether or not anyone ever stands close enough to admire it. You come near enough now to see the terrace is built without corners. Its edges curve the way water curves when it pools, the way cloud curves when it gathers before rain. There is no seam where gold meets whatever lies beneath it, no mortar, no foundation stone driven down into anything solid. The terrace simply floats atop the mountain the way the mountain floats atop the sea, structure resting on nothing at all, and somehow this arrangement holds. You sense, watching it, that this is not failure to be built properly. It is a different kind of building altogether, one that trusts what is beneath it, rather than driving stakes into it to make certain. Notice how your own shoulders have begun to soften in a similar way, no longer bracing against the ground as though it might give way. Notice the loosening in your jaw, the small release along your brow, as though some old habit of guarding against falling has quietly decided it is no longer needed here. The path curves closer to the base of the terrace, close enough now that you can see pale jade rising just beyond and above the gold, a second structure layered against the first, or perhaps a second mountain altogether, its edges lost in fog that has not yet chosen to part. This will be Yuan Kiao, the second of the 5, though the mist keeps it half hidden still, offering only a suggestion of pale green-white light, cooler than the gold beside it, like moonlight compared to firelight, like the difference between two kinds of stillness. You walk the space between them, and the space itself refuses to hold steady. At times the two mountains seem near enough to touch, their terraces almost overlapping in the mist. At other times, a great gulf of dark water opens between them, wide and unbothered, as though the mountains themselves have shifted apart while you are not looking directly at them. This is the nature of things here, you come to understand, not fixed, not measured the way distance is measured elsewhere. The mountains sway on some current beneath the sea that never breaks the surface, drifting gently the way a leaf drifts on still water, present and moving all at once, without contradiction. You do not try to measure the distance again. There is a kind of relief in giving up the need to know exactly how far, exactly how long, exactly when you will arrive. The mist will part when it parts. The mountains will come near when they come near. Your walking continues regardless, unbothered by the answer. Your legs have grown warm with the steady effort of walking, though not tired, not in any way that asks for rest yet. There is only a low, pleasant heaviness settling into them, the kind that comes from sustained movement rather than strain, the kind that makes you aware of your own body in a soft and grounded way. Weight through the hips, weight through the heels, the whole long structure of you carried forward by rhythm rather than will. The fog thins again briefly, and you catch a longer look at Dayu's gold terrace, close enough now to see shapes moving along its far edge, pale, unhurried shapes, though the mist folds back over them before you can resolve what they are. You will come to know them later. For now they remain suggestion only, motion glimpsed and then withdrawn, the way a dream shows you one detail clearly before dissolving the rest. Between the two mountains, where the gulf of water widens and narrows without pattern, you notice the surface of the sea itself has changed. It no longer moves the way water moves in the world you left. There are no waves breaking, no white foam catching light. The surface simply lies there, smooth and dark, holding whatever falls onto it. Mist, faint gold light, the pale glow from Yuan Kiao's Jade, the way still water holds a reflection, patient and undisturbed. You find yourself slowing without deciding to slow, drawn by the stillness of that water into a stillness of your own. The same dim glow the valley promised you long before you arrived, steady, patient, gently persisting whether or not anyone stands here to see it. You continue walking, slower now than before, the mist closing gently behind you as it opens gently ahead, and somewhere beneath your feet the mountain sways, just slightly, the way something very old and very large might shift its weight in sleep, unbothered, unhurried, still floating, still drifting, still waiting for you to arrive at whatever pace your body has already decided is right. The terrace is closer now than the mist had let you believe. You climb the last rise slowly, and the ground beneath your feet changes from packed valley soil to something smoother, something that catches your weight differently, almost cushioned, almost yielding, the way deep sand does when the tide has just left it. Gold, you realize, does not feel the way you expected gold to feel. It is warm under your palm when you kneel to touch it, warm the way stone is warm after a long afternoon. Though there has been no sun here, not one you could name, not one with a place in the sky. The warp simply lives in the surface itself, patient and low, as if the terrace remembers heat, rather than receiving it. You stand at the edge of the first platform, and look along its length, and it stretches farther than the mist first suggested, wide enough that its far border dissolves into haze, gold, meeting nothing you can measure. There are no walls holding it up. You look at first without meaning to, for the place where terrace becomes mountain, where gold becomes stone, some seam or foundation, where the built thing meets the grown thing beneath it. You do not find one. The terrace simply is, resting on the mountain the way mist rests on water, present without weight, solid without root. Your breathing has slowed to match your steps, and your steps have slowed to match the terrace itself, which does not ask to be crossed quickly. You walk onto it fully now, and the surface accepts your weight with a give so slight you might have imagined it, a softness beneath a hardness, the way a held breath still moves faintly even when it is not released. Somewhere far beneath, water is holding this whole floating structure, the way two hands hold something precious and unfixed, cupped rather than gripped, ready to let it drift wherever the deep current decides. You notice after a while that the terrace breathes, not literally, no lungs beneath the gold, no rising chest, but a slow rhythm all the same, a gentle rise and settle, so gradual you feel it more in your knees than in your eyes. A pulse borrowed from the water below and passed up through stone that was never quite stone, through gold that was never quite fixed. You stop walking and simply stand with it for a while, feeling the terrace lift, almost nothing, and lower, almost nothing, over and over, patient, unhurried, the way a chest moves during the deepest kind of sleep. Your own breath, without your choosing it, begins to match that rhythm. You can feel your shoulders drop with each slow settle of the ground beneath you. Feel some tension you did not know you carried, loosen and fall away with the terrace's exhale. Feel yourself rising very slightly with each of its slow, wide inhales. There is nothing to do here except let this happen. There is nowhere this rhythm needs to take you. Where the terrace narrows and rises into a shallow set of steps, you see the first structure clearly, what the old records would have called a guan, a terraced hall, though the word feels too solid for what stands before you. It rises in tiers, 3, then 5, then more than you can easily count, each level narrower than the one beneath, gold below and pale jade above, the two colors meeting not in hard lines but in something softer, a blur, a place where one material seems to remember being the other. The jade is not white, the way the animals you have not yet met will be white. It carries a faint green in it, the color of deep water seen from very far above, the color of something old holding very still. You climb the steps slowly, and each one gives slightly beneath your foot before settling, the whole structure breathing with you as you rise through it, tier by tier, the gold below fading into cooler jade above until you stand at the highest platform you can see, though you sense, somehow, that this is not truly the highest, only the highest that is chosen to be visible from here. From this platform you look out and understand, more than you did in the valley, what kind of architecture this is. Nothing here was built the way things are built where you come from. Foundation first, then walls, then roof, each piece bearing the weight of what comes after. Here it seems the whole structure arrived at once, complete, floating into its shape the way frost arrives on a window, not stacked but settled, not constructed but allowed. You reach out and rest your hand against one of the pale columns rising beside you, and it is cool where the gold below is warm, cool the way jade always is, cool the way still water is cool even on a warm night. Beneath your palm you feel, again, that same faint breathing, slower here, higher up, as if this level of the terrace inhales more slowly than the ground floor, as if height itself stretches the rhythm out longer. You lean your shoulder against the column, just for a moment, and let its slow coolness draw some of the day's walking out of your legs. Your legs, you notice now, are tired in the good way, the way that asks only for rest and not for attention, and your eyes have grown heavy with the same soft persistence as the gold's dim glow, present but not demanding, patient enough to wait. The light source, whatever it is, seems stronger here at the height of the terrace, though still without a direction you could point to, still without a sun or moon to anchor it. It simply fills the space evenly, the way memory fills a familiar room, after the lamp has been turned off but before the eyes have adjusted, a lingering brightness with no single point of origin. You sit down at the edge of this highest platform, letting your legs hang slightly over the tier below, and you look out across the gold terraces spreading beneath you, tier after tier, structure after structure, each one breathing at its own slow rate, some faster near the water's edge, some slower higher up, an entire mountain's worth of architecture rising and settling in a rhythm too vast for any one part of it to control alone. You can feel, sitting here, the way the whole terrace moves as one thing. It is less like sitting on a building and more like sitting on the back of something enormous and sleeping, something that has been breathing this way for longer than you can measure, that will go on breathing this way long after you have gone, unbothered by your visit, unchanged by your leaving. Notice for a moment how your own body has settled into something similar. Your weight rests fully now against the cool jade behind you, and your hands have gone still in your lap, and your breath, without effort, has slowed to match the terrace's long, patient rhythm, rising gently, falling gently, asking nothing of you but to continue. Somewhere below, past the tiers of gold and pale green stone, you can hear water, though you cannot see it. A low sound, distant and constant, the sound of the sea that holds this whole floating mountain, the way it holds Dayu, the way it must hold all five, somewhere out past the mist, drifting at whatever pace the deep current allows. You do not feel any need to go looking for the water's edge. You do not feel any need, sitting here, to go looking for much of anything. The terrace continues its slow breathing beneath you, gold below fading into jade above, fading into that same soft directionless light, and the whole structure sways, faintly, the way it has swayed since long before you arrived. Not falling, not drifting away, only settling again and again into a stillness that never quite finishes arriving, because it was never trying to be finished at all. You stay there a while longer, at the edge of the highest tier you can see, feeling the cool jade at your back, and the warmth of the gold still lingering somewhere in memory beneath your feet. And you let your eyes close for a moment, only a moment, just long enough to feel the terrace's breath rise once, and fall, and rise again, patient, unhurried, floating, the whole mountain holding you the way it holds everything else here, gently, and without any need for you to hold on in return. When you open your eyes again, something has changed on the terrace below, though nothing has moved that you can name. There is a shape near the far edge of the gold, pale against the metal's warm shine. You watch it for a while before you understand that it is alive. It is an animal, though the word feels too small for it, the way words about this place always feel a little too small once you are close enough to see clearly. Its coat is white, not the white of snow, which always seems to hold some blue or gray inside it if you look long enough, but a white with nothing behind it at all, a white that seems to come from within the creature rather than settle onto its skin from outside. It stands without moving, one foot slightly lifted, as though it had been walking a moment ago and simply forgot to continue, or decided partway through the step that continuing was not necessary. You find yourself walking down toward it, though you do not remember deciding to walk. The terrace steps are smooth and cool under your feet, and your legs move easily, the way they have moved since you first came down into the bottomless valley, as though walking here costs nothing, as though the body has been relieved of some old debt it did not know it was carrying. As you draw closer, the animal turns its head toward you. Its eyes are dark, calm, unbothered. It does not startle. It does not flee. It watches you the way the terraces themselves seem to watch you, without judgment, without urgency, as if your arrival were simply one more small event folding itself into a place that has all the time there is. The old records describing this eastern sea and its 5 mountains said only that the birds and beasts here were pure white. 禽兽皆纯膏. A handful of characters meant to hold an entire population of creatures, all of them the same colorless color, all of them moving through gold and jade as though decay had never been invented in their part of the world. Standing this close to one of them, you can feel how much those few words left out, and how little that absence seems to matter now. The animal lowers its head and resumes whatever slow business it was engaged in, nosing at something near the base of the jade column, or simply standing, present, unbothered by your presence beside it. You crouch down near it, slowly, the way you might approach something that could startle, though you already sense this one will not. Its breath is soft and even. You can hear it if you hold very still, a long, unhurried rhythm, in and out, matching almost exactly the slow swell and settle of the terrace beneath you both. You notice your own breathing has slowed to meet it, without your choosing to slow it, the way breathing sometimes falls into step with a clock ticking somewhere in a quiet room, or with rain falling steadily outside a window you are not quite watching. Your shoulders, you realize, have dropped somewhat further than they were even a short while ago. Your hands, resting loosely on your knees, have gone soft and heavy, the small tension gone out of the fingers. You do not need to do anything about this. You only notice it. The way you notice the animal's breath, the way you notice the gold shining faintly beneath the mist. Further along the terrace, more shapes resolve out of the soft light. 3 more of the creatures, spaced apart, each occupied with its own slow stillness. One rests near the terrace's inner wall, folded down onto the stone, its legs tucked beneath its body, its head lowered nearly to the ground. Another stands at the terrace's edge, facing out toward the water, motionless, as though it had been placed there to watch the sea on someone's behalf, and had simply continued watching long after whoever asked was gone. The third moves, slowly along a path between 2 rows of pale stone columns, its steps unhurried, each one placed with the same unbothered care as the last, going nowhere that requires arriving. None of them make any sound beyond breath, and the occasional soft contact of foot against stone. There is no call between them, no cry, no bird song threading through the mist the way you might expect in any ordinary grove or garden. Whatever calls these creatures might once have made, the old text names them among both kin and show, both birds and beasts, folded together into one pale population, has gone quiet here, or was never needed in the first place. In a place where nothing is hunting, and nothing is being hunted, where nothing arrives and nothing departs, where there is no morning to wake for, and no evening to hurry home before. You stay crouched beside the first animal a while longer, and it does not seem to mind, and you begin to understand, not as an idea but as something felt low in the chest. That stillness of this kind is not the same as emptiness. The animal is not resting because it is tired. It is not still because it has nothing to do. It is still because stillness is simply what this place asks of everything living inside it. The way water asks a leaf to float rather than sink. The way jade asks light to soften rather than glare. You find that your own body has begun answering the same quiet request. The urge to keep walking, to see more, to reach some further terrace or some higher gold-lit tier, has grown thin and distant, the way an errand from years ago grows thin and distant, remembered only as a shape without weight. Feel the ground beneath you now. Solid jade, faintly warm where gold light has touched it, faintly cool where shadow has settled. Feel your own weight resting into it, unhurried, unquestioned. Notice that your breath has slowed again, matching some rhythm that is not quite yours, and not quite the mountains, but something shared between the two, borrowed back and forth without either side keeping count. The animal beside you shifts finally, and lies down fully, its legs folding beneath it with no more effort than a held breath finally released. Its head rests against the stone, its eyes stay half open for a moment, watching you without concern, and then close. You watch it sleep, if that is what this stillness is. Sleep without threat, without dream that troubles, without any need to wake at a particular hour for a particular reason. Further off, the animal that had stood at the terrace's edge, facing the water, has also lowered itself down now, folding into the same unhurried posture, as though some signal had passed between them that required no sound at all. Only the shared wordless understanding that the day, if this place even has days in the way you once knew them, was finished, or had simply decided it did not need to continue being measured. You remain sitting a while longer among them, the pale shapes settling one by one into their soft, colorless stillness. The gold terrace beneath you breathing its slow breath, the jade at your back cool and steady. Somewhere beyond the terrace's edge, the sea moves without moving, the way it has moved since you first stepped down into the valley with no floor. Not a current pulling anywhere, only a vast, patient shifting, the whole dark water simply continuing to be water. The way these animals simply continue to be still. You feel your own eyelids grow heavy again, the way they grew heavy once before on the highest tier, and this time you do not fight it or measure it. You let them close, just for a while, resting there among the sleeping white creatures, on jade that holds you gently, beneath gold that asks nothing of you, in a place where nothing has ever needed to be finished in order to be complete. When you open your eyes again, whenever that is, because time here has stopped insisting on itself, the animals are still there, unmoved, breathing slow, and beyond them past the terrace's edge, you can just make out where the ground gives way to something else, a scattering of pale trunks rising out of soft mist, clustered close together, catching whatever light drifts down and turning it into something small and round and gleaming, hanging heavy from branches that do not seem to bend under any weight at all. But your legs, when you finally rise, feel light again, rested, willing, and the direction feels obvious, the way directions sometimes feel obvious in dreams. Not chosen, only recognized. And you begin to walk once more, slowly, toward the trees. The trees are closer now, though the walking to reach them takes no particular effort. The way certain distances in this place seem to fold rather than stretch. You notice the ground beneath you has changed. It is softer here, almost silken, and it gives slightly under each step, the way sand does near water, though there is no water underfoot, only the pale mist curling low around your ankles. The white animals do not follow. You glance back once and see them still resting on the terrace, unbothered by your leaving, as though your departure and your return were already accounted for. Ahead, the trunks rise pale and smooth, without bark in the way you would expect bark. More like the surface of something polished by centuries of gentle water. They do not creak, they do not rustle, and yet as you draw nearer, you begin to hear something, a low, soft chiming, so faint it could be mistaken for silence, trying to remember what sound was. You reach the first tree and stop. Hanging from its branches, clustered in small groups the way grapes cluster, are pearls. Not fruit-shaped like pearls. Pearls themselves, round and pale and faintly luminous, each one catching the dim light of this drifting sky and returning it softened, as though the light had been washed before it reached your eyes. You reach up without deciding to. Your fingers close around one, and it is cool, the way stone is cool, the way water is cool just before it turns to ice. And it does not come loose from the branch so much as it seems to release itself into your palm, the way a held breath releases when you finally remember to let it go. You do not know how a tree grows pearls instead of fruit. The old record simply states that the pearl trees grow in clusters, 竹竿之树皆丛生, as though this were no stranger than saying the pine grows in clusters, or the bamboo. Here, standing beneath the branches, it does not feel strange either. It feels like the only reasonable way for a tree to grow, in a place where mountains do not need roots and animals do not need urgency. You let the pearl rest in your palm a moment longer. Notice the weight of it. Barely anything, lighter than it looks, almost as if it is only partly here, the rest of it somewhere else, in another light, in another sky. Notice too the weight of your own hand, resting easy at your side, no longer needing to hold on to anything for very long. You walk deeper into the grove. The trees grow closer together the farther in you go, their pale trunks leaning slightly toward each other overhead, forming something like a ceiling, though it lets the light through in scattered pieces, small coins of pearl glow falling across the soft ground, shifting slowly, as if stirred by a wind you cannot feel. The chiming sound grows clearer here, though still soft, still distant, and you begin to understand it is the pearls themselves, thousands of them, hanging in clusters throughout the grove, touching each other so lightly, so occasionally, that each touch makes barely a sound at all. And yet the accumulation of all those small sounds, all that faint touching, becomes something like music, something like breathing, something like the sound a room makes when everyone in it has finally fallen asleep. You walk slower now. There is no reason to hurry through a place like this. There was no reason to hurry before either. But here the absence of reason feels different. Fuller, somehow, as though the grove itself is asking nothing of you, except to be present in it a little while longer. Your hand brushes against a low branch, and 3 pearls shift against each other, chiming softly, and the sound seems to hang in the misted air longer than a sound should, the way a held note hangs after the instrument has gone quiet. You reach up again, this time not to take anything, only to touch the surface of a pearl beneath your fingertip, smooth beyond describing, cool in the way that early morning stone is cool before the sun finds it, and beneath that coolness, something that might be warmth, very deep, very slow, as though the pearl itself were somehow, impossibly, breathing. You let your hand fall. You keep walking. The light shifts as you move, catching different pearls at different angles, and for a moment the whole grove seems to ripple with small gleams, here and there and here again, like a body of still water disturbed by a single stone, and remembering, slowly, how to hold light. Notice how your own eyes have begun to soften their focus, the way eyes do when there is nothing urgent to look at, only softness after softness, gleam after gentle gleam. Notice how your shoulders, without you asking them to, have lowered another small measure, the last of the tension you carried from the far side of the sea, finally letting go, drop by drop, the way water finally settles once nothing more is added to it. You come to a small clearing within the grove, where the trees part just enough to let a wider column of light fall through, and there the pearls hang in such number and closeness that the branches seem woven from them, and the sound of their touching is thicker here, layered, many small chimes overlapping into something almost like a low hum, almost like a voice with no words in it, only tone, only warmth. You stand in that light for a while. There is nothing to decide here. The grove does not ask you to choose a direction or to hurry toward some ending. It only asks, if it asks anything at all, that you remain a little longer, that you let the pearl light move across your skin the way moonlight moves across water, unbothered by the passage of any particular hour. You sit at last at the base of one of the pale trunks, and above you the clustered pearls sway ever so slightly, and their small sounds fall down around you like something between rain and breath, and you feel, without quite naming it, that you have been carried into the deepest part of this dreamlike sea, the part where sight and sound and touch stop insisting on being separate things. The pearl you are still holding in your palm has grown warm now, warm as skin, warm as your own hand, and you turn it over once between your fingers before letting it rest, unclaimed, on the soft ground beside you, not discarded, only returned, the way you might set down something borrowed once you no longer need to hold it. Your breathing has slowed to match the grove's slow chiming. Notice this without trying to change it. The way your chest rises and falls now, in something close to the same unhurried rhythm as the pearls touching each other overhead. In something close to the same rhythm the whole floating mountain seems to keep. In something close to the same rhythm, perhaps, that the entire dark sea beyond it keeps, somewhere far off, beneath its slow and endless swell. The light continues to fall in soft coins around you, shifting, dimming, gathering again. You do not follow it with your eyes for very long anymore. Your eyelids have grown heavy in the way they grow heavy near the very end of a long, warm day. And you let them close for a moment, just a moment, and the grove does not disappear when you do. You can still hear it, still feel its cool ground beneath you, still sense the pale trunks standing close and patient all around. When sometime later you open your eyes again, the light has shifted further, and you are not entirely certain how long you sat there beneath the pearl-hung branches, only that it does not seem to matter, that the grove kept its slow chiming the entire time, regardless of whether you were watching, the way certain things continue simply because continuing is what they are for. You rise eventually, though there is no urgency in the rising. The pearls sway once more above you as you step back through the grove, catching what light remains and folding it gently into their pale round surfaces. And behind you the chiming fades slowly, not because you have gone far, but because sound in this place seems to know how to let go of itself the moment it is no longer needed. Ahead, past the last of the pale trunks, the mist opens again onto the wider terrace, and beyond it, the dark water, patient, unmoving, and somewhere out on that water, still distant, still unreachable, in the way distances remain unreachable here, without ever feeling unkind, the shapes of two more mountains wait in the dimming light, quiet, unhurried, exactly where they have always been. The terrace at Yanqiao's edge is wide and smooth, worn by water that no longer seems to touch it, though the jade beneath your feet still carries a faint coolness, as if the memory of waves were enough to keep the stone honest. You walk to the very edge, where the terrace meets the dark water, without any visible seam, and you settle there, the way a person settles who has stopped counting the reasons to keep moving. Your legs fold beneath you easily now. The ground receives your weight without protest, and for a moment you simply sit, feeling the last warmth of the gold terraces behind you fade into the wider cool of open water and open sky. Out across that water, the two remaining mountains hold their distance. Fanghu is nearer, though nearness here has never meant very much. Its slopes catch a little of the fading light, pale gray softened at the edges, and you can just make out the suggestion of terraces along its higher reaches, though whether they gleam with gold or simply reflect what gold remains in the sky, you cannot say. Yingzhou lies farther still, little more than a long, low shape resting on the water like something half-remembered. Between you and them, the sea does not move in any way you would call moving. It holds itself very still, the way deep water holds itself when it has nothing left to prove. And into that stillness the two mountains drift, so slowly that you could watch for a very long time without ever catching them in the act of shifting. And yet when you look away and look back, they are somehow farther than before. You do not try to measure it. There is no use measuring distances that were never meant to hold still. The old record said only that the 5 mountains stood 30,000 li high and 70,000 li apart. And hearing that now, sitting at the edge of one of them, the numbers feel less like distances and more like a way of saying something too large for ordinary words, a way of saying far, in a place where far has textures and colors and its own quiet breathing. You notice that your breathing has slowed to match the water. Your shoulders rest against nothing, and yet they do not seem to need anything to rest against. The weight of the day, if there was a day, if time moves that way here at all, has settled somewhere behind you, back among the pearl trees, back along the gold terraces, back down in the valley with no floor, all of it folded quietly into the distance the way the two mountains are folding themselves into the dusk. Fanghu's outline blurs first. Not because mist comes, there is no mist tonight worth naming, but because the eye, after a certain point, stops needing edges. The mountain becomes less a shape and more a suggestion of shape, a pale weight resting on dark water, holding its terraces and its white animals, and its own pearl groves inside a silhouette that asks nothing of you now except to be watched. You watch it anyway, There is something in watching a thing become soft at its edges that asks very little of the body. Your eyes do not need to focus sharply. Your mind does not need to hold the shape in place. It is enough to let the mountain drift exactly as it wishes, exactly as it has always drifted, while you remain here still, at the border of Yuanchao, feeling the jade cool and steady beneath you. Yinzhou farther out is already more memory than mountain. You find that you are recalling it more than seeing it, recalling the shape it held a moment ago, recalling the suggestion of pale cliffs along its far side, recalling perhaps something the old text once said about terraces of gold and jade, repeated across all 5 peaks, though which mountain that memory belongs to no longer seems to matter. The 5 mountains have always shared their qualities so completely that holding one clearly in mind means holding all of them a little. The way holding 1 hour of sleep in memory can call up the whole quiet night around it. You feel your hands resting loosely in your lap. You notice the cool jade beneath your palms, and beneath that coolness, so faint you might imagine it, a slow pulse of warmth rising up from somewhere deep within the mountain itself, patient, unhurried, the terrace breathing as it always breathes, in time with whatever moves the water below. The dark sea does not end anywhere you can see. It simply continues, out past Fanghu, out past Yingzhou, out past the edge of what your eyes can hold, until the water and the sky lose the line between them entirely and become one another. And it occurs to you, gently, without any need to dwell on it, that this must be part of why the mountains never anchor. Because there's nothing out here solid enough to anchor to, no floor, no shore, no fixed point in all this dark water. Only mountains and the sea that carries them, and the soft, continuous drift that asks nothing of either. You let your eyes half close. The 2 distant mountains blur further, their outlines dissolving the way outlines dissolve at the edge of sleep, when a shape you were sure of a moment ago becomes something looser, kinder, less demanding of clear vision. Somewhere behind your closed eyelids, or is it out across the water, the 2 feel less and less separate. Fanghu tilts almost imperceptibly, riding some current too slow and too deep to name, and Yinzhou answers with its own small, unhurried sway, the 2 mountains moving together without ever touching, the way old companions move together across a great distance, bound not by nearness, but by the shared rhythm of drifting. You feel your own body drifting a little too, not falling, not sinking, simply loosening, the way the mountains loosen from any need to hold a fixed shape against the dark. Your breathing continues on its own, slow and even, matching itself to the unmeasured swell of water beneath the terrace, and beneath that, matching itself further still to something older than the water, some rhythm the whole eastern sea seems to keep, patient and low, the kind of rhythm a body remembers even when the mind has stopped trying to follow it. The gold of the terraces behind you has gone the color of old firelight, dimming slowly toward the deeper gray of evening. The pearl trees, far back through the grove, continue their soft chiming, so faint now that you could mistake it for the sound of your own blood, moving quietly beneath your skin. And out on the water, Fanghu and Yingzhou continue to recede, not with any urgency, not with any destination, simply continuing, as the 5 mountains have always continued, following whatever slow tide moves beneath this bottomless valley, indifferent to shore, indifferent to hour, needing nothing from you except the willingness to watch for as long as watching feels natural, and then when watching no longer feels natural, the willingness to simply let your eyes close. You feel the terrace hold you. You feel the dark water hold the terrace. Somewhere out past where your eyes can still follow, the last pale edge of Yingzhou folds itself into the wider dark, and Fanghu, nearer but no less soft now, does the same. Both mountains passing not out of sight so much as into a quieter kind of presence. Still there, still holding, still moving, still drifting, simply no longer needing to be watched in order to continue being true. The night settles more fully around Yuanchao. Somewhere ahead, low along the farthest edge of the water, something else begins, very faintly, to glow. That glow does not announce itself. It simply is. The way a coal beneath ash is simply warm, long after the flame has gone. You do not know, at first, that this is Penglai. No one tells you. There is no voice here to name things. But you feel, somewhere beneath thought, that this is the one the old record saved for last, the mountain spoken of more than any of the others, the one whose name travels farther than its shore ever could. You do not move toward it. This is important, though nothing here insists on anything being important. You simply do not move. Your body has already decided, some chapters ago, that walking has finished its purpose. The terrace holds you. The jade is cool beneath you, cool in the way that no longer feels like temperature at all, only like a kind of quiet pressure, confirming that you are still here, still resting, still real. So you watch Penglai the way you might watch a low star through a window before sleep, without needing to reach it, without needing to know its distance in any measurement that would mean something in daylight. 30,000 lie high, the old text says of these mountains. 70,000 lie between each. But height and distance have stopped mattering the way they once did on solid ground. Out here, on the dark water, Penglai is simply a glow, a soft gold thread laid along the edge of the world. Notice your breath moving without effort, slow in, slower out. Notice the weight of your own body sinking a little further into the stone beneath it, as if the jade were remembering the shape of you. There is nowhere else this breath needs to happen. There is nowhere else this weight needs to rest. The glow does not flicker the way firelight flickers. It holds steady the way old gold holds steady, deep in the grain of a temple beam, deep in the hinge of a bracelet worn soft by 100 years of quiet use. You have the sense, though you could not say how you know it, that whatever those distant terraces are made of, they have never once needed decoration or promise to justify existing. They are simply gold, the way water is simply water, the way night is simply night. Somewhere behind you, one of the white animals shifts in its sleep. A small sound, hooves or paws finding a more comfortable fold against the jade. You do not turn to look. You have learned, these last few chapters of walking, that turning to look is no longer required in order to know a thing is there. The pearl trees are still standing where you left them, unseen now in the dark, their fruit cooling into stillness the way fruit does at night, gathering dew instead of light, until morning finds them again, though morning here may be a long way off, or may not come in any form you would recognize from the life you left on the shore of Bohai. You do not miss that shore. This is worth noticing gently, without alarm. There was a shore once, ordinary and solid, where the sea had an edge, and the edge had a name. You do not think of it at all, except as a fact, settled somewhere behind you. The way a door left open in another room is a fact, present but unattended. Penglai continues to glow, low and patient, along the horizon. The old accounts say little more of it. than they say of the others. Terraces of gold and jade, white animals, pearl trees growing in clusters, the same items repeated across all 5 mountains, as if paradise once achieved does not need variation to remain paradise. But something in the way Penglai holds itself apart, glimpsed only as light and never as shape, suggests it may be the mountain that keeps its terraces most fully to itself. Perhaps that is only distance. Perhaps that is only night. Perhaps, this far out on the water, the difference between distance and mystery has stopped mattering. The same way the difference between height and depth stopped mattering somewhere back in the bottomless valley. You feel your shoulders, low against the stone, entirely without tension now. You feel your hands, open at your sides, the way hands go open only when nothing is being held and nothing needs to be held. Your jaw has softened past the point of noticing it has softened. It has simply become the shape your face makes now, unclenched, unguarded, the shape a face makes when it has stopped preparing to speak. Somewhere far off, past where thought can still follow with any clarity, the dark water carries its slow suspended current beneath all 5 mountains at once. Beneath Dayu, beneath Yuanchao under you even now, beneath Fanghu and Yingzhou fading into their own private night, beneath Penglai glowing at the world's furthest edge. One current, 5 mountains, a single unbroken breath of the sea moving through and beneath and around all of it, patient in the way only very old and very large things can afford to be patient. You are part of that patience now, in the smallest possible way. Not a mountain, not a current, just a traveler, lying still on a jade terrace that no longer asks anything of you, watching a glow that will still be there, whether your eyes are open or closed. The glow softens further as you watch it, or perhaps your eyes are only growing heavier, and the two are impossible to tell apart from inside this kind of stillness. Either way, Penglai remains exactly where it has always been, on the far edge of the water, unreached, unrushed, entirely unconcerned with whether tonight is the night anyone finally arrives. You do not need to arrive. This has become clear to you slowly, the way most true things become clear, not as a sudden understanding, but as a soft accumulation, chapter by chapter, footstep by footstep, until the not needing simply settled into your chest the way breath settles, without announcement. The white animals around you continue their unhurried sleep. Somewhere near your shoulder, the pearl trees hold their fruit in darkness, dew gathering instead of light. Somewhere below all of it, the bottomless water carries on carrying, needing no floor to justify its motion. Low, along the horizon, Penglai glows, steady, gold, distant, the last mountain, the most legendary of the 5, asking nothing of you except that you let your eyes rest on it for exactly as long as your eyes wish to rest, and then when they no longer wish to, let them close. You feel the terrace beneath you, solid and cool. You feel the dark around you, soft and complete. The glow on the horizon does not move and does not need to. Your breath continues slow, even, unhurried, matching without your choosing it the same unhurried rhythm as the drifting mountains, the same unhurried rhythm as the sea beneath them, the same unhurried rhythm as the whole quiet night, holding all 5 peaks and one small traveler in its wide dark hand. The jade terrace holds you the way it has held everything else here, without effort, without insistence, simply holding, You lie back. The stone is cool against your shoulders. The stone is cool against the back of your head. Above you, the sky of this eastern sea opens wide, and it is the same darkness you would find behind closed eyes. So there is no difference now between looking up and looking inward. Near you, the white animals have folded themselves down onto the terrace, one by one, legs tucked beneath them, breathing slow. Their pale shapes are the last soft light left in the world, dimmer than the pearls above, dimmer than the gold beneath, but closer to you than either. You do not reach toward them. You do not need to. Their nearness is enough. The pearl trees sway somewhere behind you, a sound like breath moving through something that has learned to be patient. You do not turn to look. You have looked already, for as long as looking mattered. And now the sound alone is enough. Pearls touching pearls softly, without hurry. The way two long-known things touch when they pass each other in the dark. Your body has stopped asking to be carried anywhere. Your legs, which walk the bottomless valley, which climb toward Dayu and Yuanchao, which stood at the terrace edge watching Fenghu and Yingzhou dissolve into the water. Your legs are still now, resting on stone that asks nothing of them. Your hands are open at your sides. Nothing to hold, nothing that needed holding, even at the start. Far off, past the terrace edge, past the sleeping animals, past the last pearl tree's slow sway, the sea continues its work. It does not pause for you. It was never going to pause for you. It carries Dayu, and it carries Yuanchao, and it carries Fenghu and Yingzhou, somewhere out past where your eyes could follow, and it carries Penglai, glowing low and gold and steady on the horizon, and it carries all 5 mountains the same way it always has, without a floor beneath them, without roots holding them down, drifting because drifting is simply what such things do, in such a sea, at such an hour. You feel your own breath continue the same way, in and out, unhurried, not held down by anything, not needing to be. The mountains do not ask you to stay awake and watch them. They were floating before you arrived at the shore of Bohai, and they will go on floating after your eyes have closed, long after, into whatever hour comes next and the hour after that. Their drifting does not depend on your witnessing it. It only continues, the way a river continues, the way breath continues, the way the dark itself continues, patient and wide and asking for nothing. You feel the last of the walk settle out of your legs. You feel the last of the looking settle out of your eyes. There is only the terrace, cool and solid beneath you. There is only the dark, soft and complete around you. There is only the faint sound of pearls touching pearls, and the faint warmth of white animals sleeping close by, and far off, the glow of Penglai, low and gold, needing nothing from you now except your stillness. Your stillness is easy to give. It was already arriving in you, chapter by chapter, terrace by terrace, mountain by mountain, the way sleep arrives. Not suddenly, but as something that was always underway, quietly, the whole time you thought you were only walking. You are not walking now. You are lying on jade that has never needed a foundation, under a sky that asks nothing to hold it up, beside creatures who found this same stillness before you, and did not resist it. The 5 mountains go on drifting. Dayu, somewhere behind you now, folded into mist. Yuanchao beneath you, carrying your own weight without strain, the way water carries everything it loves. Fenghu and Yingzhou, dark shapes on darker water, remembered more than seen, and Peng Lai, glowing on ahead, patient, gold, unmoving in its slow and constant motion. You do not need to reach any of them. You do not need to understand how a mountain floats, or why the valley beneath the sea has no floor, or where 70,000 Li begins and ends. These were never facts to be held on to. They were only the shape of a place built for exactly this, for a traveler to walk until walking was no longer necessary, and then to rest, and then to stop resting, even in that small effortful way, and simply be still. The dark around you is wide. It holds 5 mountains. It holds white animals, sleeping. It holds pearl trees swaying without sound now, or with a sound too soft to matter. It holds you. Your breath grows quieter. The mountains float on, unhurried, unanchored, needing nothing from the sea beneath them but its own patient carrying, and needing nothing from you at all, except that you rest here, on the cool Jade, in the wide dark, for exactly as long as you wish to.